You actually, motherfucker. Even when I think I got everything set up, I always forget the camera. Oh well. So what's going on? How's everybody doing? Yeah, I saw your GIF. Was that the most complicated bit of code you thought you were going to be doing? Meanwhile, training is still desyncing. Not to raid on your parade. I'm sure it feels great to actually have that difficult to implement and never before seen mechanic added to the game. Make it the first of many. Oh, okay. Well. I believe they call this action getting fucked. But that's okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. You still need Icore to do the pathfinding rewrite for your naval combat. Good fucking luck, dude. It works indeed. This is a brand new mix, by the way. That's why it's epic. Just so you know. Okay, so obviously we have some things to do today. We have some AI to write today. Alright, so I have to document some ideas here that I've been having. So gonna take down some notes and ideas that I've been having for tech trees and all that stuff. Why don't you just use your UED mod as the basis for your full toilet submission? Oh, you're not even doing one, I forgot. Pranked. Hi, Vic. How are you? Well, what are your ideas? What do you got? Oh, gee. There's gonna be some dialogue that will show that off, I think. It's mostly based on dialogue. I don't want to spoil it. It's so stupid, but I still don't want to spoil it. Though I will say I'm kind of torn between the idea of making this AI really stupid and making this AI really competent. Like, you want your AI to generally be pretty good at the game, right? But I guess I'll play some bridges. It's supposed to be raw flesh as men, so I kind of wanted them to be completely dumb. But hard to sell that on in any reasonable environment, I feel like. So, you said you were having difficulty coming up with some ideas. So what exactly did you have in mind anyway? What's up, guy? I just realized I barely have any snow tiles that I can grab. Snow edges because I barely use them. Alright. What I'm going to do here before I continue working on base layouts for this AI is actually try to finalize get a rough idea anyway of what the layout's going to be like over here. I was thinking maybe it would be interesting to have a reverse ramp in this area, maybe like directly over here or something. I still think that has some merit. I just don't know. You know, how much merit exactly. Maybe a small one, right? That way it's like, it's not easy to move a large army up here, but or down here, as a matter of fact. But it's like a small little flank you can use. Change some stuff around. Just move that down a bit. I still can't believe Blizzard actually fucked up the coloring of that stuff. It's so crazy to me. Epic. What a fucked up ramp. Or bridge, rather. Okay. It's always tricky tiling these things. It's not like they actually tile anyway. I'm gonna have to make some blends eventually. But... Alright. Epic. Actually, DF is responsible for this. You. Imagine if instead I was so caught up in my meme that instead of sneezing normally, I just went, you! That would be a sick reality. Anyway, DF is the one making those. But I guess he's already made most of them. He just has to finish them up, as far as I understand. There's not much left for him to do, I think. I don't think there's much left for him to do. I'm kind of banking on the idea that he'll be able to finish them within a month, so... Along with the outpost ramp. Now, DF has got, I gave him 2 tasks with the outpost ramp. Right. Because that's the kind of guy I am, I guess. Always asking for more. So basically, there's the idea of an outpost ramp that is like this. Just spun around, right? Reversed. There's also the idea of an outpost ramp that is remodeled in some ways, using this screenshot, basically. And he's going to shorten it so that it doesn't stick out as much. And I'm hoping that he can do the same thing to the compound ramp, the basilica ramp, and the temple, the jungle temple ramp. Because those 3 ramps, in addition to this one, are so, like, long, and they actually significantly constrain... Like, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, but they do constrain your ability to design, levels in general. And it is pretty frustrating to deal with. So... Just realized I have to fix this. Oh, okay, good one. That was epic. Where's my outpost? Are you guys ready for some blocks? Now that's epic. Now don't panic, these are all placeholders. I guess I should fix those right now that I think about it. Just checking all these ramps. Alright, I think we're good there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the quote-unquote best. Oops. Ramp that I can make with just tiles, and then I'm just going to pop it into Photoshop. Let's see what happens. Now, with any luck, this will be super easy to do. And I won't have to make multiple versions of it. That's the idea. So we can see that there's this little through line here. The seam, I guess you could call it. All right. I want to carry that over. Just for consistency's sake. Thankfully, these are mostly properly aligned. All you really have to do here is clean up some of the coloring. See, this is where we're out of alignment, right? We kind of have to do some tricks to get through this. Mostly because I have no idea how to fix that without redrawing a lot of pixels, and I can't redraw a lot of pixels well. Alright. Still looks kinda messed up, but it's okay. Yeah, that looks alright. Just looks funky, so. Navigator's about as useful as I thought it might be. Pretty epic. My brother was home. I was not sure what was going on there. Apparently he's homesick today. This changes everything. All we really need here is to find some easy way to transition these pixels from one area to the next, like color-wise. Right, it's supposed to get a little darker over here, which I guess that's whatever. Just implies that there's a bit more foot traffic, perhaps, across the middle. Anyway, I think we've done that in this area, but still want to clean up some of this. And the other thing I'm concerned about is whether or not this tiles properly. For example, if we end up having like... Oh yeah, it works fine for this length, but if I want an even longer one, then it'll just fall apart. I don't know if that's going to happen. So, hopefully, this ends up being fine. Most of the issues were definitely on these borders, though. Like the central area, right? Like, this one's all fucked up. So we kind of have to, fuck around with the angle here. So that makes sense. What a disaster. You kind of have to like not define it so with like such a firm outline, right? Because that becomes super obvious that something fucky is happening with the bending. Like even that's probably a bit much here. Not quite sure what music this is, but I think it works out. I think the mix is called something about tech step. It's a tech step mix, whatever that means. Seems pretty psychotic. Yeah, like at a glance, this actually looks fine, I think. Right? It's only when you actually pay attention to like over here and stuff. This just needs cleanup. Do a little jig here. I just don't want it to be too repetitive where I do the same sort of optical trickery, like in close proximity to itself. Well, so far, so something. Can't say much more than that. This bit of these bright pixels down here don't really fit with what should be happening here, I feel like. Ah, I see. Yeah, I actually feel like I understand what's going on here as far as the anatomy of this thing is. It needs to be patched up. Alright. Cool. So we basically just have to do the same thing one more time. I think we are good. Now, of course, for the reverse ramp, I'm going to have to mask in the other stuff, but like the other outpost tiles, because those can't be mirrored in the same way that everything else can. So in this case, this tile is actually out of place. Like our shitty replacement tile is what needs to be covered up here for the most part. Easy. Maybe not so easy. What's up, Iquare? I'm working on my extended compound ramp. Almost done. Didn't take me that long, actually. I thought it would be more annoying. Though it is ramp crapped in a sense. I don't know that it'll be... It'll probably need some tweaks, I'll put it to you that way. But I'll give it a little once-over after I finish doing these details up here. Well, at least you got it working, right? Unfortunately, with a lot of placeholder assets, unless you make them yourself like what you were describing, you have to just use like particle effects as reads for abilities. Alright, well that's better than what we had anyway. Aperture is... let me see. Continuum. Here we go. So conduit binds production structures and aperture activates animal. Yeah, so aperture is the switch. So what you'll probably see is I actually think that, for example, the aperture switch, it should just disable energy. Maybe it should also cost an energy to activate, similar to Cloak. But with Conduit, I almost feel like that shouldn't cost energy. Or if it does, it should not be that much. Maybe Conduit should be 25 energy as well. As my only my only thought about that is like, it's already a fairly micro-heavy unit, where you have to first bind your structures, and then move your unit, and then activate it, right? I mean, the original idea for this unit was like even more micro-heavy, where you had to bind it. Like, all it did was it didn't actually do anything about to the warp units. So like, you had to activate it only when your production was about to pop, basically. So it was definitely different. This still might not be enough though, like because my idea is that the warp relay binding to structures, okay, that's great, but I don't know, something about that is like enhancing the production speed seems like it's both broken and not enough. If you know what I mean. So I don't know. Like, it has the potential to be really, really strong, obviously. But I wonder if it's too binary, where it's like really strong in certain situations, but otherwise completely pointless. I don't know. That's a difficult answer. Difficult thing to answer. But what's up, Nidas? How are you? As far as cooking, I just finished this. Whatever the fuck this is. So I want to say... yeah, we don't need that. So hold on. All right, so we changed this one right here. Looks like we change these. Okay. So this then is these are the tiles that I actually need for the ramp. It doesn't actually seem like that is very conducive, to be honest. We're gonna have to see how it's like if we remove that at the very least, because that is a tile that we can't be using. Yeah, it can be useful. I'm not saying it's not useful. It's definitely useful. What I'm saying is, like, it might be used... Like, I could see a world where some players decide, I'm going to use this just because it enables faster production speed, you know? I guess my issue is, warping units to the battlefield, good. That's what I want the unit to do. But if I don't have the enhancing production speed of the unit, of the factory, then the odds of it being useful are lowered, are reduced. And that's a concern that I have, for sure. But it's also really, really strong if I keep that in, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking maybe binding is 25 energy, aperture state change is no cost to toggle, but does drain energy. And yeah, it can do anything, any production structure, even allied production structures. So Terran, I guess if it bound to hatcheries, it would have to teleport the eggs, but anything is the idea. All right, so let's try that anyway. Oh yeah, I guess it's not never before seen since Resurrection existed for that. That's pretty funny. Glad I clicked on that. I think the Star Caller is probably the highest, but well, maybe not. Maybe it's the same as the Carrier. I thought the Arbiter was faster or was higher anyway. A Arbiter's like 75 seconds, but maybe there's more to that story than I'm remembering. It's not that I don't think the Mercury, like the thing is, the Mercury is very much a unit that is hard to pin down, right? And as a result, I'm just going to wing the height here. So I have no idea what it actually should be, but because it handles it's just ends up being like a completely different experience using it compared to other units. Like obviously it's going to be shall we say interesting to see how it pans out. But it's just that like there needs to be other systems to benefit a unit like that being added to the game. Is I guess what I'm saying. Like that unit doesn't just being there by itself is not enough. I think you need to build on that kind of mechanic rather than just having it be a part of a gimmick unit, because otherwise it's underutilized and there's no justification for it to exist. Okay, hold on. I'll get to that in a second. It's going to require some Tismic tiling. pretty good, though, I think. Came out okay. Alright. Well, it could fit in vanilla, but that would require the mercury could fit fine in vanilla if there was a bunch of other stuff that also interacted with resources in different ways without it also being gimmicks, right? They have to also be good, like well-developed ideas. So until we have a set of those that we're confident in moving forward, it is rather difficult to sign off on that. I think. So that's done. Player-controlled bridges and ramps. Well, we already have the idea of a literal ramp that Terrans can construct, lift off, and carry into the fight, so not much of a difference there. I just think it's what just happened? Why? Why oh why? All right, artismic tiling adventures appear to have been successful. I'll compare height now, make sure that we're somewhat sensible. I guess I have to do medium ground. Okay. So obviously this is not ideal. So I have to, looks like I have to get rid of these. But... and then turn these into these. I guess. That's the only thing that seems to make sense. Based on what I'm seeing here. That doesn't seem right, but we'll try it. Close that for now. Yeah, whatever. Probably just erased all my progress, but that's okay. Let me actually confirm that. That's what I did. I'm pretty sure. That's what happened. It's just one indexed image now. Epic. It's okay. Mapcrap. It actually looks fine to me. So if I have to fix it, I'll do so in a really shitty way, rather than using that as a example. What was I going to do next? Oh yeah. Just re-import the tile set. What's up, Don? How are you? Okay. So it seems better in general, right? But what the fuck is that? So now we're battling with this. So this should be like this, which means this should be like this. Oh, no. It's supposed to be like this. I don't think this is going to fix it either, but we'll try that. See what happens. Banned question. I don't even know what that means. I'm not opening the site. People linked it to me already. Honestly, the whole thing seems like a waste of time anyway. This is a very questionable set of interactions here. What the fuck is that? That's that tile. Dog. Oh, it's actually fine besides this. Like if we did this every time, right, we would be fine. Well, not exactly. There's still these random bits here. So then what is this? That's that. So this should be all low. And then we have this. Which should be like this. I have a feeling this is just going to lead to more confusion, but we'll try it. This doesn't matter that much as long as it's functional, but I would like to understand the... like what's going on here. Yeah, see, like that's mostly fine. I guess you could move everything down by one and more to keep it in line with this. But okay, so done. Yeah, how are you? Okay, I think we're good now. We have a mostly functioning ramp. Oh, that's a good bit. Just noticed that. Let's fix that. It's only for the dirt cliff. That would be one hell of a fucking prank. Alright, so that's fixed. Any others I should know about? Doesn't look like it. Maybe the cliff edges over here. Okay. I still should fix the pathing and a few other things at some point. Like, here's an example. Ice cliffs. The north-facing ice cliffs are fucking horrible for pathfinding. Really, this whole tile set has been atrocious, but... I fixed all that junk. The water cliffs seem okay, at first glance. I had to fix Outpost a lot. I had to fix the snow cliff a lot as well. Even that doesn't seem fully fixed either. Definitely need to keep tweaking some stuff. But the ice cliffs, as you can see, especially like shit like this, really sticks out as lard. Completely larded. Like, you should definitely be able to walk on that stuff, so. And then over here. What even is that? Hello? What the fuck? So. Yeah, it's stuff like that that deserves to be ridiculed and then repaired. Very strange behavior by Blizzard. I can't believe how much they fucked up this tile set. This is now confirmed every single cliff. I mean, I guess water. I haven't done water yet, right? But every other cliff I've had to fix. Outpost, cliff, like snow cliff, and ice. I've had to go through and fix. Although I guess I haven't braved the storm completely yet, though, because there is still Ash World. And that is a fucking mess. But maybe I'll find it to be surprisingly functional compared to this. Oh yeah, there's no height difference. That's fucking dumb, but welcome at this point. Oh man. I don't actually remember where this one goes, so I could be creating some tism for myself. But I have a feeling it'll be fine. There is no high ice, right? Not by default. Blizzard didn't feel like doing all that work, I guess. I thought I turned my notifications off. I must have accidentally hit a button when dismissing one a while ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are the, like, these are just like edge case blends, right? There's no reason for them to not be pathable on some of these sides, at least, so no idea what happened there. Like, these are foundational aspects to the fucking ability to play the game in this tile set, and you're just broken. Pretty epic, man. Why? 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 Why is this? Why is this here? Wow. I'm just making sure there's nothing left over from their silliness. Alright. So that fixes that anyway. It's epic. Oh, man. Yeah, so that a lot of the stuff that was completely unwalkable was like this. I don't see any problem with having that be walkable. So that should improve mobility across this area. Now, yes, this will create some issues over here where there will be paths, very thin paths that units will be able to skate by in some cases. You can fix this by using doodads. But Blizzard themselves could have fixed the performance of the tileset holistically by making it so that you could blend snow a little bit closer in this case. I don't know why they didn't do that. This doesn't make any fucking sense. But they did not do that. So that's fine, I suppose. We'll do it for them. Yeah. So, like, now if we go to the unpassable thing, you'll probably see, like, okay, there's probably still no real way to get over here. Yeah, there's not a single unit that can make it past here, for example, or here. But I would say it's still a pretty fucking market improvement over the situation. So you're now going to be able to path around a lot of this stuff that you couldn't previously path around, which I think is advantageous. Like, we go over here, like, suddenly you can stick a ghost over here or something if you really wanted to. I don't see any problem with that, because, like, you have to remember that most of these situations, like, in many cases, for example, this ramp wouldn't even be here. Like, we take this ramp out, and before this ramp, like, if this ramp wasn't here and this is just a part of the terrain, you just wouldn't be able to path over here at all. Like, I know it's a super edge case in theory, like, it's super niche, but there is no reason why that should be disallowed, you know what I mean? And this will also improve mobility over here as well, because previously you weren't able to walk here at all. Or here, probably. So it's just strange to me that Blizzard ended up fucking up their tile set in that way. It's pretty amazing that they fucked that up too. I thought there was a reason for that to be like that. Turns out there is not. Fix that. Nice. Hey, we're in the ice tile, so what did you expect it to be? If not cold. But it is a little chilly over here, too. I had to close my door. I mean, not my door, my window. Oh. Oh, you? You? Was this me or was this Blizzard? That's probably me. I can't imagine. I've criticized this tile set a lot, but I can't imagine it being that fucked up and nobody noticing. Maybe I didn't touch this yet. Well, this looks right at least. Although I don't have any height over here. So maybe not. The height being patterned that way is important for oh, see, it's right there. What the fuck? It's important for the sake of making sure that your tile set is properly set up for vision, believe it or not. Why have they done this? Their shit isn't even consistent with itself, man. Here I was thinking that I fucked up by not fixing this properly. Little did I know. In Blizzard Land, you're allowed to just walk up and get a height advantage if you hug a cliff. I guess that's a fair thing, right? Reasonable thing to expect players to learn. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this tile set, man? Holy shit. Should I even bother with this stuff down here? Alright, well, that was dumb. But hopefully that also improves walkability. Why? This is actually psychotic. Dude, they didn't know anything. They didn't even know what they were doing. This whole time, they had no idea. What? Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh. Wow. This is an impressive display of incompetence. Oh yeah, you know, that's fine. So that wasn't me then. That was not me. Hold on. It was you actually. Really? You. What the fuck? Dude, what is wrong with these people? That's real. Holy moly. Pie. Oh. Alright, let's snap out of this fucking blizzard haha. At some point, I guess I have to do these inner tiles because they are probably also fucked up, but... Pranked. Well, I can't believe that's real. Well, we fixed that anyway. Fixed a whole bunch of stuff, as a matter of fact. So, Vic, you still haven't told me about your ideas. What are you gonna do for full toilet? Dude, I got an epic bridge idea. Alright, hold on. It is still epic. I just have to fix it. Check that out. Pretty epic. Alright, well that blend isn't epic, but you get my idea. Big boy. Alright. At some point we gotta buckle down and do the fucking bridge tiling as well. But hey, this is a victory as far as I'm concerned. I still want, at some point, some way to show, like, water going into a cliff. Like, I don't know how to describe it, other than saying water into a cliff. But, like, you know how you have coastal cliff or whatever in jungle tile set? I can't really show that here because the closest thing is, like, ice. But, like, imagine if, you know, you got the jungle high dirt cliff, and you got it in the coast, right? But if you actually saw, like, water running underneath the cliff, not just as, like, a doodad on the coastal cliff line, but also a doodad built into the high cliff, the high dirt cliff, to show that, like, water's actually going underneath it, you know what I mean? I think that would be banging, personally. All right. Fetus fanatic. I like that one. A little concerning, to be honest. Alright, so now we're in a place where I can continue writing some shit out. Pizza. What's going on, DF? How you doing? Yeah, you'll need coastal snow. I need coastal snow, as you can see. I'm kind of banking on the idea of you having that done. I could probably throw it into this map if you ended up making the thing that I was talking about earlier. What I was describing was basically just water that would actually, like, you're basically seeing like a canal or something going into a canyon or something like that. But I'm more interested in the coastal snow and obviously like the outpost ramps and stuff. Speaking of which, even though it probably doesn't look like it, I have actually made an extended tiling version of this junk. So, whoop-de-doo there. Just forgot to throw these on there, I guess. It looks okay. Nothing crazy, I suppose. Making sure I have them in all the right places. Yeah, it's just that one that was fucked up. So, now we have that. Yeah, over here. I mostly... Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that one, I guess. It's sort of like a toss-up as far as which one looks better. I guess that one kind of does the job better anyway. But it's fucked up, by the way. I can fix that relatively easily. But yeah, it's definitely ramp crapped. And I would like to make like a couple of variants so that you can break up the pattern a little bit of the texture. Right, yeah. Like it's I figured this out as the same exact issue with Temple, where we had that like bending thing going on in my ramp crap for that I made for Stormborn. This one looks a little bit less like that, where the only issue that immediately jumps out besides the tiling texture is the fact that there's that mismatch at the bottom that you pointed out. There's actually a lot more issues that if I pointed out, like, there's just shit that's out of alignment. So there's a little bit of bending throughout it, but it's not that like it's not nearly as noticeable as the other as the jungle one, I think. Yeah. How ludicrous. How is the remodeling going anyway? I figure you're still struggling with some parts of it, judging by what you were saying. Yo. Oh, okay. How is that going as well? Oh, I don't even remember what the script is even called. This is a job for... Oh, by the way, earlier today I was fixing the ice tile set snow cliff. I thought I had fixed it, but I had only done it for my new cliffs. So I fixed it for the default as well as ice cliffs. The ice cliffs are so fucking terrible, so I fixed all those as well. What do you mean by canal? I haven't built a canal. Unless you're talking about my giant river. It matches with ice cliffs? As in, like... I have to do this, you mean? Or should I be doing it the other way? Or is it both ways? Like, am I doing something positive here, or is this tism? Right, but it's coastal. It is still water on the inside, so why would that matter? Oh, so you just mean for... I don't even know where I would have any issues with that. I don't think I will have any issues with that. There's stuff over here I might have to fix up if I want to make that snowy instead of dirty. But I get like over here, I guess, and across this area, I might have to rebuild some stuff. But yeah, that's fine. If that's the only issue, then I'll just figure that out when I get to it. But thank you for the heads up. I appreciate that. Is there any ETA on that? I figure you're probably not very motivated to work on that one right now as opposed to all the other things that you're trying to get done. I feel like maybe this ramp is too small. Not sure about that one. Game music. go. All right. Oh, okay. I just now read that. Yeah, DF. I mean, I'm definitely going to use it in this map if it's ready by then. So, if that is an excuse that you can use, I'll put it to you this way: I give you the excuse. There you go. Alright, so we're doing. Alright, so the other thing that I wanted to do here was find my... the other ramp stuff that I did. Yeah, it's this. Go. I just had to flip those so that they were mirrored because I never mirrored them before. So I'm gonna do this. Flow. Fix that. All right. Cool. So I'm thinking of like this one over here, right? Oops. So that should be 1 and 2. It would be this normally, but that's blocked off. So And then that is probably like this. If I had to guess. It might even be like this. I'll compare. To this over here. Oh, it looks like I never fucking put anything there, so I think it should be like that, though, so. Yeah, it's like that over here for the dirt one. But I guess I never did that for the... No, I did do that. I just can't look at SEM draft apparently. I don't know. We'll do it that way. And then... Oh, I'm looking at medium ground, that's why. Well, I'll have to fix that later, but... Okay, cool. Listen, DF is getting to a lot of stuff lately. He's been doing a whole lot of work. I like the people, the accounts on Discord that they come into this area, they come into the server, right? And then they just sit there doing nothing. They never fill out the form. I kick them after a day because there's no reason for them to be there if they're just going to sit there doing nothing. For all I know, there might be bots. But it seems a little odd to think that every one of them would be a bot. Like, it just seems no... Like, there's a guy that just joined called Whatever. That's his account name. And I'm just like, why is he here? What is he doing? He's been here for a while. A couple hours now. Like, surely you join, you're online for the process of joining. So you read the messages, and a day is plenty time to write it. Like, take a minute to write out whatever I'm asking of you. Seems a little odd to me. A little Todd. Anyway, back to adding this here. Plug them in. Good one. Just hit every wrong button. Ah, and it was the wrong profile. What a mess. Great. We've done our blends. I guess I might be doing that. Yeah, DF. But then, why are you here? Get him out of here, dude. Alright. Adjusting some terrain here and there, never hurt nobody. So I don't know if I said this on stream yet, but my idea here is that this map is probably just 1 or 2 major changes away from being actually, like, relatively finalized in terms of the layout. And we can work on, like, fleshing out the decor and adding some details and stuff as time goes on. And by major details, like major layout changes or whatever, I'm mostly referring to, like, similar stuff to what I did before, where I was, like, you know, extending this area out and putting an expansion here, and moving a player's start location down here, and then moving the actual player, Ahmed's start location down. Like, doing that sort of stuff. Like, every one of those was a major revision. You know, maybe we'll add another expansion, but I think there's a good amount already. And, that's my idea anyways, that we probably only need 1 or 2 more of those. We definitely need to keep fleshing out the terrain, but I'm not too worried about, like, needing to significantly change the map any more than that. I don't have a design document for my RTS. I have a couple of notes, but it's nothing formalized. I probably won't have one for a while. It's just not something that feels very important to me right now, when they're still so far from any realization in that. I'm sure it would benefit me in some ways to keep one, but for me it's like, why bother planning for something that is so far away when, like, I already kind of do that sort of planning hell, and it doesn't really benefit me, generally speaking. So I would prefer to just plan for stuff that's more in reach, I guess. No, I'm exploring the idea of Unreal Engine. I'm going to make an FPS in Unreal Engine, and I may not release it. I may, like, release it. As in, it's going to be like my mods, really. It's not going to be anything crazy. The idea is just that that'll give me some programming experience and some experience with game dev, and I think it'll be valuable under those grounds. I don't know that Unreal is going to be useful for an actual RTS. I have no way of knowing that for sure. But the idea is to just get better at game dev and get out of my comfort zone and see if I can make something that I enjoy playing. Odds are Unreal won't be usable for an RTS. It is, like, the most challenging thing I could possibly try to make in that engine, so. I'm not expecting to be a success story in that department. Yeah, same as for Brood War Hydra in some ways, but presumably that's a little bit closer. That's like a year away as opposed to 5 years away or something. But yeah, I would prefer to stay relatively focused on what I'm doing now. Like, even these full toilets, right? This is what I'm occupying my time with right now. And from an outside perspective, it might seem like, how is this possibly going to figure into your quest to develop a real RTS in the future, right? Your own RTS. But for me, it's like, this is experience level designing. This is experience designing AI and seeing how, like, what will work and what won't. I'm sure there's like better ways I could potentially spend my time. That I will not necessarily argue, but you know, this is certainly the best way I know how to. And there's something to be said for the value of actually producing a finished product, be it a mod or something else. So that's more or less my thought process. Alright, so let me finish what I was doing before this, which was popping into here and changing the names of stuff. We have right here. Well, the only one I'm really familiar with is Necron, I guess. There's also that Ilya Snopchenko guy, but I don't know if he's still working on stuff. You'd probably have to ask UED about that. They're both working with Remastered, or if Snopchenko is working with Remastered, or if he's working at all, he's working with Remastered. Andrea Rosa is potentially still working on stuff. Not sure. I'm not sure about anything else. The problem, I guess, is that the community is like... The overall user base, or developer base, I guess, of custom content is like fractured amongst many different schools of thought. There was always the school of thought that, like before Remaster came around, there was always the school of thought that, yeah, you've got mods and you've got maps, and you can do some stuff with maps, but if you're going to do something serious, you're going to do modding. And people would push back on the idea that if you're going to do something serious, like they thought that you could still make serious projects and treat their projects seriously without them, but none of their arguments ever held up. And so it always devolved into like, well, I take the development of my map seriously when it comes to what I can do, but I'm not going to bother exploring any new foundations or new horizons. I'm not going to actually do any exploration of things, right? So it's like, okay, well, your definition of serious just doesn't jive with the definition of the actual word. So like eventually there was just two schools of thought, right? And now we've got like that plus the whole remastered thing where it's like you got people who are always doing what they've always been doing, which is modding in 161. Then you've got people who are trying to mod in remastered. Then you've got people who are trying to make maps in remastered using EUDs. And then you got people who are trying to make maps in remastered without using EUDs because they're diametrically opposed to using EUDs as well as using mods. And so it's like now there's like four schools of thought. I guess the school of thought that doesn't use EUDs or modding, the purist, if you want to call it that, which is just such a dumb way to conceptualize it, I think, always kind of existed, but they were much more fringe, I feel like, before Remaster came around. Maybe it's just I've just paid more attention to them now. Frauds, yes. DK is working on something. I think he said he was going to do modding instead of EUDs now. Somebody told me that that's what he said. I don't know if that's true. But the last thing that he did work on, he did use EUDs to help augment it. That was the Map Arena submission that he made, which was supposed to be like a tie-in to a custom campaign he's been working on. So in theory, he's at least not just using basic, like absolutely nothing, just SEMD. But yeah, some people don't use SEM draft. They think that even that is dumb. But that's like one person, I think, that I've known, right? There's people who say that they understand why people use SEM draft. They themselves don't want to because they want to learn how to make stuff using just Start at first and then see what they can do without it. I think that's like, I understand the premise that they're coming from, but that to do that is to like completely not understand how limited the original editor is. Like to actually try to do that it's not like just using the SEM draft is embarking on a quest to master some fundamentals that are at a higher level. It's actually just a better tool. It's like you're gimping yourself, and people don't realize that. It's sort of the same thing with modding, except it's even more fundamental, like even more foundational than that. So. Are they iridescent yellow? What does that even... I don't even know who you're talking about. Frauds? Yes, they are. I thought you just said frauds because you were responding to what I was saying. But yes, frauds are iridescent yellow. Yeah, basically, SEM Draft 2 is like the same thing to start. SEM Draft 2 is to start it what the AI script extender is to AI. You know what I mean? It's like, you must use this. You must. If you're going to use any map editor, you have to use SEM Draft. And if you're going to use any AI, you must use A's. Like, you can't get away with not using it. It just doesn't work. You don't have any tools at your disposal if you don't use this. It's very much the same thing in my mind. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, I like that one, Vic. That's exactly my point. Campaign creations was mostly people who wanted to mod as opposed to people who strictly wanted to map. Like Started.net is the we're only mappers here guys, basically. Like there are modders there obviously, but most of them keep to themselves. And I forget what the other thing was. In campaign creations, it was just like they typically used mods and saw the merit of mods, but they never made anything of quality, so it doesn't really matter. Like they're like, okay, we're not Mongolithic. We're not Mongols in terms of our conception of how to make content, but we are Mongols in, well, at least in terms of what tools to use. But we are Mongols in terms of like what we actually make, because campaign creations was Flame Knives, Eon of the Hawk, the Phoenix, Celestial Eruption, Celestial Reverie, Fall from Grace, Gallantry, Vision of the Future, Zeji Total Conversion, Ascension of Duran, so on and so forth. Firegraft must burn. I agree, dude. Listen, I look forward to when your tools replace literally everything else, and we have fucking Modquare, which is like the suite that includes the Mapquare, Graftquare, Datquare, and whatever else, I guess. Icequare. This paradigm must shift. So we have Machine Shop, Armory, Starport, I believe you have your Firegraph, yeah. MP Quare, yeah, hell yeah, dude. MP Quare, check it out. Unfortunately, we can't call it PyQuare because he's not coding it in Python. Yeah, that last thing is so dumb. It's the same thing as like when you have a script here and you save it, it resets your view in Pi. Like, why? Why does it do that, man? It's so fucking dumb. Yeah. Rusting my brain. That's how I feel, man. What are you referencing as far as triggers go? I would just start working on something that looks aesthetically pleasing in the map editor and see what you want to do. Like, pick a tile set, fucking random it if you have to. Maybe something you don't normally use. See what happens. Oh. Yeah, this is just for renaming units and stuff, but I'll probably keep track of certain timers or dialogue events here as well. Can you give me an example of that, Ikor? If you're finding that theme difficult to deliver upon, you can go back and look for something else. There's plenty of themes that people didn't pick yet. And presumably everybody who's participating has already picked, so... If you want to choose a different one, you can. Otherwise, you can just find a submission that you thought was particularly funny and or interesting, and do that. Just like pick your favorite Mapcrap submission. Can even be yours. Or it could be, it doesn't have to be a Mapcrap submission. It could be a custom campaign mission or some one-off. There's plenty of opportunities there. Yeah, you can pick literally any map that you made or somebody else made. That the channel is at least familiar with in theory. You can do it in consummate map, you can do a Hydra map, a default campaign map, I guess. Well, no, it has to be custom, so it can't be original. Yeah. So I think your Valentine was UED Commander, so you can pick one of his maps. Or pick a it doesn't have to be one of his maps in theory, but you could like add in shit from what you know he likes, which would just be UED, I guess. So there you go. There's plenty of stuff you can do. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. You did it. Yeah, I don't know about that map. I think it was pretty far from what I wanted it to be, but I also didn't have real control over it, you know? Or I didn't have total control over, like, the story and stuff, so... Oh yeah, Veek, of course it would be nice if we could do that, but that's more complicated than just names, unfortunately. Yeah, once we have the data extender, it won't really matter as much, but it still could be useful for, like, Mapcraps, I guess, if you want to do something like that. I don't remember if it's remastered supported. No, it's 161 only. And I'm pretty sure it supports unit name. I mean, current player. Yeah, the weapon cooldown in that is associated with the cast cooldown, basically. Take it easy, Connor. Thanks for hanging out, man. Sleep well. Yeah. So one thing, I'm not familiar with like whether or not Necron has like a game state document similar to Hydra or whatever, but one of the things that I got out of actually documenting all that stuff was I had to justify, even if nobody read it, just by writing out my sort of thought process for why I made a change, I had to justify the change. And I was always justifying the changes when I was making them. But articulating that justification sharpened my thinking in that respect. So one thing he might find useful, should he decide to do it, or maybe he's already done this, but a lesson you can take away from that is if you ever are in a situation where you feel like certain people are not understanding why, like, your decision making, being able to justify that decision making would be just by like saying like, this is why I did this. At least then there's an argument to be had, a debate to be had, and something can come of that that's actually useful. Whereas if I don't know why somebody made some change, then I can only speculate as to why they may have made that change, and maybe I'll be right about that speculation, but I can't know that I'm right, and thus I can't really argue in good faith against whatever they've done. I can list what my grievances are, but I can't really attack the reason for them making that change. Where anybody can look at the Hydra game state document and read my justification and say, well, in actuality, like, this is how it feels like to me in practice, and then they can attack that like, I don't actually agree with this decision making that spawned this change, and attack it at a more foundational level. Or they can say, I actually do agree with what you're saying, but I wish that you had considered this element in your execution. I feel like your execution could be improved. And either way, you can get more useful feedback out of that. So a corollary I would draw upon for this particular example is like, this concept is shown in when I was playing your map and Veek, and you had this change to make creep colonies placeable anywhere. And there was no real explanation as to why that was changed. You stated it was changed in the README. Maybe you went into some small detail about why you did it. But all I could think of is you wanted the potential for sunken rushing or sunken pushing. You wanted to make sure that the AI didn't fuck themselves over by requesting structures using base layouts in certain areas without having creep, and so on and so forth. Like, that's what I thought, and maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong, maybe that's only part of it, maybe that's not part of it at all. But that was what I was thinking, is like, this is a shortcut to make the AI more competent, as opposed to this being a change that was well thought out and articulated as far as its reasoning is concerned. Whereas if you had documented that somewhere, I would have been able to attack it on a more fair, even battlefield, right? Because you would have just given me your position on it, and I would have been able to say, well, here's the execution problem, or here's the conceptual problem, and more learning can happen that way. If you have no idea why somebody made a change, you can't really critique it in the same way. You can critique the execution, but you can't really critique the conceptual stuff of it beyond theoretical speculation as to what they may have thought. You know what I mean? That's where I think there's a lot of value to be gained by not only articulating it for yourself, but then presenting that articulation to other people and saying, what do you think of this on a conceptual level versus what do you think of how I executed upon this idea? And that gives you another angle to go at, I guess, is what I'm saying. I think the only cooldowns I ever wanted to implement into the game were stuff like basically what Iquar was talking about on a UI level, but would allow the player to at least see like when the ability was back up, when the weapon had cooled off. Starcraft 2 actually does this in the user interface for weapons like siege tanks, for example. Any lengthy weapon, actually, it has like that little radial cooldown thing. And they've implemented the exact same thing for icons in the button set, in the command card rather. For an older project of mine. I don't think he shared the code for it to Iquare, unfortunately, but there's something to be gained about that, potentially. I think that was a C++ plugin, though. That was not a... that wasn't Rust. So. I don't know about the major UED IP problems. I'm obviously not involved in the development, or I'm not even, like, aware of what it looks like. But... regardless of, like, rather than, if you actually want to help him improve the project, one thing you might be able to pass on to him is the idea that if he actually justifies it in a textual document and plans it all out and sees it holistically, maybe he doesn't change a single thing about the actual game state by documenting all of this stuff, but at least he has an argument for his changes, and then people can, like, if they are making detractions, if they are critiquing the concepts, they can do so on a more thorough level, and in ways that will probably be more useful for him going forward, which is basically what a recap of what I was saying. So maybe that could be something that you can help him with. I don't know. Oh yeah, of course. Especially when you have no way in Remastered to show the cooldown on top of it, so there's no gameplay information. Like, there's no read or whatever. So I'm thinking we've got SCV, Marine, Firebat, Ghost, Medic. So Firebat, Ghost, Medic. Vulture, Siege Tank, Goliath, Wraith, Dropship, Science Vessel, Valkyrie, Battlecruiser. That should be all the units. So we'll do Firebat, Ghost, Medic, Vulture, Siege Tank. I'm going to do T-Siege mode as well, because those are different units. Vulture. Oh, I already did this. If you're referencing some of the UED units that I saw in one of your, I think it was your first or second Season 3 Mapcrap submission, either way, there was definitely some weird shit in there. I don't know how much of that was due to his balancing or how much of that was due to like the lack of ace support, but I think I remember he had some tank that had an 8-year-long cooldown. That I never understood. Like, all it was like a grayscale tank. Graphically, and all it did was deal like splash damage in an AoE, and had the same read as a normal tank, and like a siege tank rather, on its attack. And I think it was concussive or something. It was like some psychotic damage type too, so it was really confusing. Yeah, that's well, dumb, to say the least. Have to copy this over here. Todd's Rider. I forgot about that one. Wait, what? Units trained in UED version of barracks was not... Oh, never mind. I see what you're saying. I just can't believe that he he doesn't have any custom graphics for his UED beyond like reskins, basically. That's a real condemnation, I think. So here we have pylon, simulator, photon cannon, forge, gateway, cybernetic score, shield battery, Citadel of Adun, robotics facility, Templar archives, Stargate fleet beacon, arbiter tribunal, robotics support pay, observatory, probe, zealot, dragoon, Templar, Dark Archon. Reaver, shuttle, observer, scout, carrier, interceptor, arbiter, corsair, scarab. Sorry to hear that. I know it's time consuming. It's because he's decided to stick with remaster when there's no meaningful reason to do that. Yeah. No, Iquare, in UED Commander's mod, he's got some units in custom graphics. In Necron's mod, there are no custom graphics besides reskins. And I think you're talking about UED Commander's mod with your... We're talking about the UED AI project. The Necron shit from 116... For remastered, I mean. If only I was for 116.1. If only for his fucking sake. That's what Veek's talking about right now. He's not talking about UED Commander stuff. Iquare's lost. He's got to derust his brain. Well, quality over quantity, literally, in this case. The quality of his units doesn't matter. He just wants more of them. Depressing. Alright, so we got Drone, Overlord, Broodling, Zergling, Hydralisk. There's one other Lurker. Ultralisk Defiler. Scourge, Mutalisk. Queen. Guardian, Devourer. I think that's everything. Oh. Thanks. That's epic. Imagine enabling Terran units in the UED campaign instead of having an actual custom tech tree, because you can't make a custom tech tree that works properly. Like, what the fuck? Embarrassing. I should ask him to enable the drop shit. Oh, don't remind me of that. Yeah, there's something to be said about actually releasing something, right? Like, look at Inconsummate. It's pretty bad, but at least I released it. At least I finished it. But like, you should jump ahead and do that. Like, you should finish something, even if you think it's shit during development, and even if you look back and are embarrassed at it afterwards, because at least you could say you finished something, and you'll learn a lot more than if you just continuously half-release stuff, or half-finished stuff, I should say. That being said, I don't think Necron's really learned that much from completing and releasing UED AIP. He seems to have gone backwards, actually. It's pretty unfortunate. Where would that even be? Oh. I thought I actually had a working version of that, or a more up-to-date version of that anyway. Oh, here's something I forgot to do is Greater Spire. Cool. Alright. I will return momentarily. I really have to use the bathroom. I've been holding it back for quite a while at this point. But at least we have a set of names here. Zergir. And I'll be back to working on some AI momentarily. So, BRB. Oh shit, it's Klongo. What's up, dude? Yeah, I would just echo what DF said, basically. The technical limitations are always going to exist in some form or another. They're definitely more extreme than they might exist if you had complete control over shit in another engine. They are more extreme in Brood War by comparison. But there's things that you can work around. There's drafts you can take, steps you can take, drafts, like DF was saying. And I would just say, charge on forward at that point. Like, if the biggest, like, you basically have to identify what you're weak at. So if you're weak at producing maps, say big maps, like Veek has said several times, I would say make a lot of big maps and see what happens. Like, it sounds dumb when you put it that way. Like, it sounds like no shit. But seriously, like, just go through, take your map, right? Make a big map. Say, I'm going to make a big map. If you never make a big map, you're not going to learn how to spontaneously make a good big map. So your first ones will be bad, and you'll need to learn. But that's what drafting is all about. Like, I've decided I'm going to draft AI for something like Hydra as well. This is just AI. This isn't even the maps. It's like taking an AI and saying, like, this is how I understand AI right now. This is a representation. A finished AI script is a representation of my holistic understanding of AI as far as whatever I'm trying to achieve is concerned. And then as I learn, I can go back to that AI and I can tweak it. I can make a second draft. I can make a third draft. I can go on and on until it's done. So you can do the same thing with your maps, just like you can make entirely new maps instead if you're for the purpose of learning. So that's what I would say for that in general. Anyway, that aside, oh yeah, I never finished doing this stuff. Fantastically rotund arrangement or association of universal domination. I forget what the A is. Asshole, pretty much. Yeah, it's in the very first Saga of the Zitzen map. I defined it, and I don't think I ever bothered to revisit it. Let me see. Holy shit, 2014, by the way. Yes, Amalgamation. Hey, check out my map. It's pretty empty. Not crowded at all. Yeah, fantastically rotund amalgamation of universal domination. What an AIDS map. Don't show it to me. 2014 was a hell of a drug. Yeah, that was how I did stuff back in 2014, man. Everything was just super set piece. That was just one screen, too. I'm sure you guys took a look at the minimap. It was even worse. In my submission? My Mapcrap submission? Maybe. I'm sure there will be at least a few upgrades that change unit IDs or something. We'll see what happens. Race trader, by the way. Well, it doesn't. The objectives themselves don't have to be destroy all enemy production structures. It's just that if you're engaging with the map in a way that doesn't involve playing an RTS, because you have to satisfy objectives, that is a hallmark of poor objective design, poor mission design. So the idea is like your objective can be to do something like in Delarian shipyards, where you're commandeering battlecruisers, right? That can be your objective. But if you're if the way that you do that, the way that you accomplish that, the tools that you have at your disposal are a micro squad or a general base building RTS experience where you simply have to take control of certain areas in order to unlock the battlecruisers, obviously one is significantly different than the other. So that's how I would conceptualize it. Optional objectives and main objectives can be basically whatever you want them to be, so long as the gameplay loop is consistent, and consistently in RTS. Well, I would just say consistent in general, but obviously Brood War lends best to RTS gameplay. I almost said Brood War gameplay, pretty much. Yeah, there you go. That's one way to conceptualize it. Like, the objective, completing the objective, the act of completing the objective, or progressing towards objective completion, should be supplementary to RTS gameplay, as opposed to substitutionary, if that's even a word. You shouldn't have to deviate from an RTS gameplay loop in order to complete the objectives, basically. Well, I don't feel like doing a huge amount of mod work for this when I'm already tackling a huge amount of AI, so yeah. For now, everything's going to be vanilla. I should have some time to implement some unit ideas, but we'll see what happens. I was thinking of making mind control work in the context of Archons would cast it instead of Dark Archons, and you would see, or maybe even High Templar would cast it. But either way, the idea was that you would have at least one of the things that I'm going to do is have the fraud AI try to mind control workers from other races, as well as the heroes of Charlie and Rexon, so Charlie and Rexon themselves. And if the frauds control them, then they are given back to the original player, but the AI is allies with the frauds. Fraud field, yeah. There you go. You mean something that isn't the Toddborn stuff? That's what I assume you're talking about. Well, my work will at the very least not have any issues with actually adding new units. You'll see a lot, because of the barrier of entry for adding new things to the game is so much, has been reduced so much by that. When those things are out there and they work, at least for me, it'll make it much more likely that I'll actually try to like add completely new tech trees, right? Until then, I can't really do it without also removing all of the other unit entries and flingy entries and so on and so forth that I would need for simple additions, right? So yeah, I think it'll be great. Pretty significant change. Anyway, I don't think that there's a variant of a micro mission that's possible to make feasible for an RTS context. Like, the thing is, micro missions could potentially be developed into their own kind of game, like a RTT or something like just a micro trainer, I guess. Like, I don't know what you would call it, a commando experience. I don't know what you would call the genre, but you would have to separate it. You couldn't take a micro mission and then add it into a macro experience and still have a consistent gameplay loop, right? You would have to make the micro stuff a consistent element of the campaign, But even then, you're still going from a macro mission to a micro mission at some point, or vice versa. At some point, you're transitioning between the two. They don't blend together. You can't mix them. So as far as I'm concerned, they're oil and water. You got to just separate them out. And if you want a consistent experience, you've got to pick either all micro or all macro. And if you pick all micro, you have to develop a lot of new gameplay systems because the game doesn't support all micro very well by default. Yeah, we would also be able to do that if we wanted to. I don't see much utility in them personally, but... I would prefer to make a single map that would be basically like a MOBA styled thing, except it would be co-op against AI. But that's a UMS arcade type experience. I wouldn't want to make a whole campaign out of that unless it was for my brother, in which case it has a built-in excuse for me to not care that much about the wildly inconsistent experience that you get from it. Like for birthday maps and birthday projects, regardless of who they're for, aren't treated with the same level of, like, I don't want to call it perfectionism because I don't really have that anymore. But I don't chase quality as aggressively with those. Usually they obviously have a built-in time limit to them anyway, like a due date. Anything with a due date necessarily has to have a lot of compromises associated with it. But I also just in general have a different conception of what the expectation is for those. It's not the same thing as making a campaign like in Consummate, a project like Nemesis or Hydra, where things are more about holistic quality that's consistent, and also exploring the limits of the engine and the limits of my skill set. These birthday things are more like side adventures in a sense. Even though the latest one took a long time, most of them only take like a couple weeks. So for me, it's like an extended Mapcrap almost. So players can't actually learn to express their skill if you're not giving them consistent tools and a consistent gameplay loop to play with. For example, in a campaign that oscillates between macro maps and micro maps, you can be good at one or the other or both, but you're using completely different skill sets. So even if you are a good player at macro and at micro, you're not given ways to consistently express those between missions, because sometimes it's macro, sometimes it's micro. So you want to provide the player with the most consistent experience possible if your goal is to maximize skill expression. If you don't maximize skill expression, you're making a game that is non-competitive. And I'm not interested in making a game that's non-competitive. I want a competitive experience. It sounds like I'm talking about PvP, but I'm not. I'm just talking about something that challenges you as a player to get better and to express your skill. And if you don't express your skill, or if you express a lack of skill, you will fail the mission. That is the ideal scenario. You fail until you're good enough to win, and when you're good enough to win, you go on to the next challenge, and again, you repeat the cycle. There's no cycle to repeat, there's no consistency to be had if the gameplay loop is not consistent. Because you might have done the exact proper move in a macro context, and then suddenly you're in a micro context, and you can't do that move anymore. You can't carry over any lesson you did learn by defeating the challenges that you had to defeat and overcome in the first map when you go into the second map, and it's something completely different. This is my challenge to everybody, is find me a campaign where I'm learning as I continue to play the campaign, and I'm carrying over lessons that are never invalidated by the next mission, right? And I'm mastering core concepts and fundamentals of the game in order to win. I'm challenged to actually demonstrate my understanding of these things. And I'm doing so, the campaign does so in a consistent manner. There's no campaign like that. Even in Consummate has wildly different starting points and end points. Obviously, one of the missions just goes from Zerg to Terran randomly, which will probably still persist in the final version, but at the very least, there'll be onboarding time sufficient for you to understand that you are transitioning between two races, and there's merit to that situation. So that is my reasoning in general, is that there's no way to guarantee that you are actually expressing your skill in an intelligent manner, unless you do something like what I'm describing. So hopefully that gives you the answer you were looking for. Well, I tried and failed in Consummate, but well, right, because so here's an example of where it goes wrong with UDIP, right? At least the maps that I played. I can't speak from any position of authority when it comes to the other maps, or any updates that may have happened. That'll be for viewers who are familiar with the project and its current state to decide. But the problem with that project, as far as this metric is concerned, right, when we're looking at it through this lens, is a lesson you learn from one map may only work in that map. Even though you're always, well, mostly always playing macro, right? Obviously the micro into macro and macro into micro and all that shit is another example of this. But if you go from mission 1 to mission 2, and you can't build upon the understanding of the game that you have gleaned and that you've been forced to demonstrate in the first map to win the second mission, or to gain advantages in the second mission, then there has been a failure in the level design. There's been a failure in the game design, right? And so what I mean is, if you take, for example, a situation where you had to respond in a quick time event-like fashion, you had to go through and respond to a specific threat at a specific time in a specific place that's very specific to this map, and that was what you were tested on, and that was whether or not you responded well to this particular stimulus is depended on, or that's what the entire game state depended on. That's whether or not you won or lost, or whether or not you died at that moment or not. That is not the same thing as making an AI that challenges the player by virtue of doing something out of the vision of the player, which would benefit, obviously the player would benefit from scouting in that sense, and then using the advantage they gained out of the vision of the player to build an advantage against that player and then eventually win. Like, if you don't scout out a secret expansion or a proxy or something like this, then obviously you can solve this by scouting. And if every mission rewards scouting in this sense, you can get better at the entire game holistically through scouting. Whereas in this case, you have to scout very specific locations, and even when you scout them, it may already be too late. Like, if you scout, it's very like rote memorization, right? It's like you have to scout this position in this map, and it's never consistent. And it's not even like there's a personality at play necessarily. You know what I mean? So that's where the puzzle thing goes wrong, because it has some element of the idea. Like in UEDIP, you have some element like you should be scouting because then you can catch this AI doing some set piece. But if it's a set piece and it always happens the same way every single time, or mostly consistently, but it's like consistent but only on a mission-to-mission basis, where it always happens at this point and at this location at this time, right? Then it's no longer, like, it's hollow. It's no longer valuable. And it's not really building on the same core principles anyway. It's like a binary yes or no, as opposed to a gradation, right? Removing all of the nuance in gameplay and making it so that you have to make a decision at an exact point in time, and you can only make one decision, right? That's the same thing that we were arguing against with StarCraft 2 and the Roach, which you're saying, you said earlier, Veek, that you didn't think was still the case in the current game state. But back in Wings of Liberty, it absolutely was the case, that if you didn't build a Roach, you lost, and if you did build the Roaches, you could win. And that's a decision that, like, you're removing all the nuance. And so you're stuck in this tyranny where you can only do what the game wants you to do and allows you to do, right? Like, obviously you can only do what the game allows you to do in a more broad strokes sense. But when you're talking about just, like, you have to make this decision at this time and at this place, then where's the decision making? There is no decision making. The game makes that decision for you. It's a little bit different than, like, having multiple paths to victory, right? There's nuance in that situation. Different strategies will benefit differently from taking different paths, or positioning in different ways. Or there's a give and take. You know what I mean? AIs of same faction, of same commander, use the same AI in each mission. That's Hydra. I mean, that's exactly Hydra. It's just, like, their tactics will differ based on the map in some way, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, though, is like making it consistent. So that if you're fighting against Daggeth in map 1, he's going to use the same sort of tactics in map 1 as he does in map 3, and so on and so forth. However many maps you fight him in, you'll get an increased understanding of his capabilities and what his tendencies are, and eventually you'll, like, obviously he has different base layouts, he'll have different expansion routines. Maybe build orders will vary depending on, like, his starting bank, his starting forces, as well as obviously who he's proximally like close to and stuff. And you're also just going to have a bunch of small changes based on what tech is available as well, obviously. So as far as a good holdout mission is concerned, the problem with holdout missions is the metric by which you have gameplay interaction or engagement. Like, think back to the whole conversation about micro missions. If you don't have at least 100 APM, you're not engaged. How many micro missions do you have to have 100 APM in? Virtually none of them. Like, none of the ones that I've played require 100 APM as a consistent basis. And so you're not really engaged ever, even as a casual player, in micro missions. You might be engaged in other ways if you really like story or something, or atmosphere, but you're not really engaged. Not really. And so if you look at from, like, going from that to adapting it to a holdout mission, the only way you can be engaged with 100 APM in a micro context is if there's some weird gimmick like in Flame Knives going on, where you have to constantly, like, right click back and forth to avoid death lasers or something, you know, or explosions that set your HP to 1 HP. So that's like an example, I would say, of what you're dealing with. And then you go away from that into a holdout mission, a defense mission. You're removing a lot of the decision making and then a lot of the tools that the player has by basically making it so that you can't attack the AIs, because that's sort of intrinsic to holdout missions. Maybe you mean something different than that, Igware, but my idea is that the player can only defend. You're removing half of the game, pretty much. You're removing attacking, and you're probably also removing expanding outward, because you're trying to just hold on to what you have and what you may be able to secure as far as other pathways are concerned. So I don't think so. I think you can make a mission that starts out with a holdout type scenario and evolves out of that, where maybe the objective is to survive, but you can also destroy the enemy using macro mechanics, and actually play the game, right? But even then, I don't know if the objective in that sense should be like it should still be couched in actual RTS gameplay. So, for example, if we took Desperate Alliance and we were to remake it in some senses to make it so that the objective of surviving 30 minutes actually was contingent upon something, then you would say, rather than survive for 30 minutes, it would be survive until the Zerg are dead, and then there's other factions fighting the Zerg. The Sons of Korhal are a presence on the map actually fighting the Zerg, and you're just in there, you know, huddled together with your ally, trying to withstand all of the Zerg onslaught. Well, then you have a couple of decisions you can make. It starts out with the understanding that you're going to be pressured in the early game and you're going to be pressured consistently across time. But you can make strategic decisions to, yes, be defensive in the early stages of the game, which is kind of a gimmick, but you can make decisions to do that, and then you can push out and attack them, and you're maybe even expected to attack them, but the idea is that at least you have the opportunity to. Maybe you could do something like that, but again, that's not strictly a holdout mission. That's a mission that starts out with a holdout context, maybe a set piece or some sort of gimmick in that sense, at the beginning of the mission, and then evolves out and allows you to make different decisions. At that point, you're basically just testing whether or not the player can defend, which I would like to test every single mission in general, because that's just what I like to do anyway, is like, can you defend well and can you attack well? well, and can you take control of areas well. But it's not really the same thing as like what I was just describing anyway. Yeah, reinforcement allied AIs. That's sort of what I was talking about with like Sons of Korhal being on the map and actually attacking the Zerg, and like then they're helping you while you're trying to defend. Like that would be an example of a holdout mission in like the lore, in the story. It's like kind of a holdout mission, but you're also still trying to defeat your enemy as opposed to just holding on for dear life. Because again, if all you're doing is defending, then the engagement gameplay loop has to just be constantly under attack. I have to defend every single thing. I've got to plug all these holes, and it's not very satisfying. It's like frenetic maybe, immersive maybe, but not really satisfying from an RTS standpoint, and also not consistent with the rest of the game if you're also doing other things. Like unless it's a holdout campaign, which would probably get old after a while because the gameplay loop isn't objectively good enough to retain player interest for longer than maybe one mission. It just ends up being a gimmick similar to a micro mission. Are AIs in Hydra always starting with the same resources as players? It depends on which AI it is. So there's like different classes of players, basically, and this includes the human players as well, potentially, or AI allies or whatever. The idea is there's players that have been on the map before you arrived, and then there's the players that are arriving. And so most of the time, the human players are the players that are arriving. Sometimes there will be situations where the players have a pre-established presence. In any case, the starting resources and starting units will not be very large, but you'll have a bigger bank and a bigger starting presence if you were already in the map. And so this goes for like Dagoth and Phoenix in the first Protoss mission have already been there. And then Gorn, Arak arrive on the Zerg side, and Artanis and the Executor arrive on the Protoss side. So that's an example of what's like that. Like that's a good example anyway to understand the mechanics. Those are probably going to be the only two situations. There might be also like a single AI across each individual campaign, like a single AI in the Terran campaign, a single AI in the Protoss campaign, and a single AI in the Zerg campaign that has a even larger pre-placed presence, which would be like in the final Terran mission, you might have a large pre-placed presence around the ion cannon. In the final Zerg mission, you might have a large pre-placed presence around the temple, and in the final Protoss mission, you might have a large pre-placed presence around the Zerg Overmind. But even that, I would probably prefer to just have them be like slight gradations of the original idea, rather than being even like significantly pre-placed. You know what I mean? But starting bank won't be too significant, I don't think. It was significant in Stormborn, like the starting bank for the Renegades was significant, as well as their starting forces, starting assets. That was significant because of limitations with the AI, basically. Not because I thought that was a good decision. It was just like, this is what I had to do to make this map playable, to make them function as what I wanted them to, how I wanted them to function. But yes, Veek, that's basically what I'm saying. Like, the same tactics will be used, and the only thing that's going to be different is things that need to be different from map to map, which is, like, obviously base building declarations as far as the layouts are concerned, expansions, like where expansions are placed and where their naturals are considered and all this other stuff, as well as maybe, like, guards with their allies or something. Like, basically coordinate-based things need to be changed. So that includes, like, Attack 2 regions, and then probably just like openers, like what openers they want to pick from. Like certain maps may not allow for certain openers, or the bias towards those openers will be much lower than the bias towards other openers that are more suited for it or something. Right, DF. The thing is, like, it's still a gimmicky starting position for the map to be in, and that's my concern with it. Is that most maps are going to start out with you being able to do early action, and it to not be as much of a risk. There is going to be gradations of whether or not it's better to attack and defend, obviously, but in the early stages of the game, in a holdout mission, it's very different than in the early stages of the game every other kind of mission. In a more conventional RTS mission, I should say. So, I still think it teeters on gimmick, and that's not great. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty neat. And anyway, that's something that I would like to see. Alright, I think I have names for everything that I would want. Let me finish setting up base layouts for this AI, and then I guess I'll call it because I've blabbed for most of the time that I was supposed to be working. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After this, I'll probably take a break and play some Walker Strike. And then I gotta work on some custom terrain for iQuare and the layout of that Todd map. This album is called 3, so I clicked on it. It's probably shit. I think it's a bad idea because it gives a conception of what the experience is going to be. Most people have argued that it's good to use these types of things for the purpose of introducing new units, but at that point just there is no reason to do it that way, in my opinion. Just give the player a macro context to play with, you know what I mean? They'll be able to use the unit in the early game if you want to pre-place it for them. And I think they'll decide for themselves if they want to give it a go. If you wanted to do an introductory cutscene, you could also just do that instead, generally speaking. Oh yeah, DF. I missed that message earlier, but for sure, if you end up, whenever we end up getting to that, hopefully we can come up with something. Because I'm interested in the idea too. I can see a lot of value in it. It's just from like storytelling perspective, I can see a lot of value in it. But from gameplay perspective, I feel like it's better to just have a situation where the AI forces the player on the back foot in a way that AI didn't, didn't do other than this AI. Like, make that like an AI personality of something, rather than, making it a gimmick. That way, it's like more permanent. Anyway, you end up having an experience where it actually makes sense to like beware a certain AI personality. But we'll have to wait and see until we see that. Yeah, for sure the micro stuff also is like, oh yeah, I better save my game no because of this fucking shit. So that's also kind of frustrating. It hinders replayability a lot because any sort of introduction that you get from it, you already know when you replay the mission. So you don't need to replay that part of the mission. But if you ever want to, you do. Like, think of Inconsummate, for example. The first mission of Inconsummate has that microsection that introduces you how to play as Goska. So now you know how to control Goska. But you already know that. If you ever want to replay the campaign, you have to sit through that stupid microsection. You can skip all the cutscenes, but you still have to sit through that stupid-ass microsection just for the purpose of eventually playing the macro. Not that the macro is any good, but eventually you can play macro. Like, if you just started out as macro, it'd be much easier for you to replay. And you could still have some room for early hero tutorialization. Like Strawlium, for example, in the same mission, you learn how to use Strawlium by having him as a hero in the early stages, and you could just run around and do stuff with him. It's like, oh wow, it's almost like I already knew how to do it, and I just didn't do it properly because I'm an idiot. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, I never really answered Icor's question. I think having characters talk about it and not in a dumb way, like Vika was just saying, a good idea. Basically something to the effect of, if you have a new mechanic, then you either demonstrate it in some sort of like cutscene. For example, I had a conception of the opening cutscene of Inconsummate being changed. I still wanted to keep the microsection at this point in development, but the opening section was something to the effect of raiders being cornered by a large group of Zerg, and just as they're like on the move to attack, Goska launching a stun grenade, and one of the characters remarking, saying that they're stunned or something, like they're dazed. I don't know, something like that. And then they would, execute them or whatever. And the idea being that this would be a demonstration in the cutscene of Goska actually using this ability, and thus immediately the player can see the utility. So that was one example, or one idea that I had anyway. And like that's one way to do it in a very short and terse way, where you're just using gameplay and a little bit of dialogue to augment the experience of tutorialization of information control. So that's one way that you can do it. But if you just want some situation where it's like an event, a scripted event in the gameplay experience, what you would do is something to the effect of you would have some situation where, like, say the new mechanic is excavation. When assuming it's just a worker or whatever unit does it, you could simply have the unit responses of that unit reflect that, and not in a way that's obviously hand-holding. Like Red Alert 3 has some psychotic unit response for a unit where they literally say, infantry, go down quick. It's like so casual, like, I guess I'll use it against infantry. Like, what a fucking asinine game that is, for many reasons, including that. But anyway, like, you wouldn't be that obvious about it, just like you wouldn't want the characters to be that obvious about it. But it would be something to the effect of, like, the excavating unit mentioning, like, in a more sensible sense that actually doesn't break immersion. It would be something like, see any clusters or see any resources or something like obviously something a little bit less using terminology that makes more sense in that context. But you'd have something like that, or it would just say excavation team ready or something like that, like a very obvious thing. And then you just see a button on the command card, you mouse over it, it says excavate minerals or something. And so tooltips can help you understand that sort of thing, but you can also just build that into the fantasy of the unit, the personality of the unit based on unit responses. And you can also build this stuff through actual dialogue, of course, by having some situation where the player is confronted with a base area that has not been excavated yet, and a character can comment, or a unit can comment saying, looks like we got to dig these up. And that's all they need to say, right? They're not saying, hey player, left click on this unit and right click there. They're not saying, hey player, cast this ability here. They're not saying, I've got to use this stun grenade to stun these units, in Goska's voice. They're not saying any of that. They simply say, looks like we got to dig these up, right? They're commenting like, better get to work on digging these up. So, just like every day, another day at the office. Can't believe we got to deal with this shit again. Like, you're adding character and development to the setting and the individuals that are there through this dialogue, while also building some sort of expectation of what the players expected to do in that realm. So that's something that I would do. Obviously, it varies from the specific example. Like from example to example, but that's like a good way to do it, I think. And it's superior to do it through dialogue, unit responses, cutscenes, than to give a tooltip or rely entirely on tooltips, or to have a pop-up, or to have an annoying text thing, like a wall of text like Veek was joking about earlier. It's like so much better to do it this way, as far as I'm concerned. So, there you go. My spiel. So I've decided what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have the bunkers basically be something to the effect of like... There's going to be a set of defenses that they build no matter what to defend against frauds and stuff. But if they get their junk taken care of when it comes to the... If they take care of their business when it comes to handling the proxies, the containments, like if those are set up in the early game and they endure for long enough, basically they'll wait until those go down before they bother trying to set these up over here, like the extra defenses down there, and probably the ones over here as well. Although I think the second player will be more responsible for that. What's the reason for more expensive units to be trained longer? Yeah, well, it's another balancing lever you can have. So if you wanted to make it so that Scout, like that's another thing that you could do, for example, like Scout is the unit that everybody complains about, right? So if you reduce the train time of the Scout, then you get a quicker, like, basically you're spending money, and your money is locked up in the production of a unit. So you're also spending time. So there's an opportunity cost in addition to a resource cost in spending that money there where you could spend it elsewhere. So that builds into the decision making of the player when it comes to that. This is a lot of subconscious shit that you as a player don't really recognize until you consider it from this perspective. Whereas if the unit is super easy to produce in terms of like very, very quick to produce, like an SCV, then your opportunity cost is lowered because you'll have that unit out there sooner. So the minerals that you spend on an SCV can be immediately provided, like they can immediately provide you with some return for your money. They can do that much quicker. They can provide that return much quicker. Then if you compare that to a scout or a carrier or an arbiter, or in a Terran case like a battlecruiser or a siege tank, then there's more nuance to what a correct decision is in that context. Because for all you know, there's something that you could be doing better with the 150 minerals and 100 gas of a siege tank, as well as the supply. You could be using those resources that you are spending in a different way that may give you your return quicker, or maybe take even longer, but still be a better option. It's the same deal with like armories and stuff, right? And it also adds value in a more... I guess a less immediately apparent way. It adds value to destroying factories, obviously, like production structures. If your production structures don't need any time to build units, then the impact of losing one is obviously not that big of a deal, and you're also disincentivized to build a lot of production structures. So it impacts balance and player decision-making a lot more than you might immediately think. Well, opportunity cost is literally like there's a cost to pushing button A instead of button B, right? Or there's like an action that you're taking. You could be taking a different action instead, which is another reason why it's important to have a gameplay loop that's consistent, but also open-ended and nuanced. So like consistently nuanced, I guess, where you don't want to be discarding lessons that you learned earlier because they don't work anymore. Unless it's like a situation where you have to adapt and improve at your execution of those lessons, then it's not the issue with the technique itself or the strategy itself, more of an issue of you as a player, which is obviously very different. But if you look at it from the perspective of like what I'm talking about here with opportunity cost, it literally just means like you could be doing this, instead you're doing that. Is that the right decision, or is that a good decision? Depends on what the outcome is. It depends on how you use whatever you're grabbing. And so it's like the opportunity cost of building a command center and lifting it off and landing it instead of building a command center on site in Melee. You'll see that all the time in Melee. Terran players build a command center, then lift it off, because that's better for them in terms of like opportunity cost. It's safer because you're building it in a safe environment, and it's expensive in terms of time. It's expensive in terms of 400 minerals, and it also takes up one supply of the worker for that entire time. And 50 minerals worth for that worker to build it. And you're doing that safely and then lifting it off and flying it over. So even though it's slower, in essence, it's more a higher percentage play in terms of success rate. And so that's an example of opportunity cost at work. And obviously a unique racial bonus that's afforded to the Terrans. And so it's basically like, what could I be doing differently than this that would yield me a better or worse advantage? And that level of nuance when it comes to the decisions you're making is only possible if you have a number of tools at your disposal that allows you to have valid strategies that differ from each other, right? Unique, valid strategies. And you're making use of one strategy over another to see if it's viable because you're comfortable with it because of any number of situations, but there's an opportunity cost to doing that. It's just like there's a resource cost. You can't spend your 400 minerals that you're spending on a command center to spend it on troops because you already spent it. You're also taking time to push a button. You're spending your APM, and you're taking time mentally. You're trying to remember, I have a command center being built. And you're doing that when your opponent doesn't necessarily know that that's what you're doing, but they have to factor that in. So it's the same thing as like, the opportunity cost is if my opponent does know that I'm doing this, then they know I can't be doing something else with my time and my money. And the same thing is true for vice versa. Like if you scout out your opponent and you see them building a Nexus, then you know that they're expanding at this point. They're not necessarily going to have a huge army compared to like they could have 4 more Zealots, which might make or break the fight with those minerals, and they could have them much faster than they have a Nexus. And then if you compare that to something like, if you don't scout them, you know that they probably have they have the ability to do 4 more Zealots, they have the ability to tech up, they have the ability to expand. And because you don't know what they're doing, the opportunity cost is less for them because you don't know what to expect. So opportunity cost also is impacted by whether or not you know what the player is doing in this particular case. What I'll do is, since I don't feel like I'm doing necessarily a great job of explaining it, I'll look up the definition of opportunity cost. When an option is chosen from alternatives, the opportunity cost is the cost incurred by not enjoying the benefit associated with the best alternative choice. So in this case, we're talking about a more nuanced discussion than the best, because it's hard to define the best. But basically what this sentence means is the cost is you not having the alternative, which is sort of what I was saying. Opportunity cost is the benefit not received as a result of not selecting the next best option. Oh, best alternative choice doesn't even necessarily mean best, I guess. That just means the best choice that isn't the one you're doing right now. So you could be doing the best one for that situation. So basically, like, if I decide to expand, I could be building a factory and then getting siege tanks. And the cost of me expanding, in terms of opportunity cost, is not just 400 minerals and 75 seconds or 100 seconds or however long it takes, and the worker. It's also not having tanks at that time when the command center is finished, right? Like that's a good way to conceive of it. And so when you lock up your factory building a siege tank, the opportunity cost is not having 2 vultures, 1.5 Goliaths, whatever. And also not lifting off the factory and flying it into your opponent's base as a meme, because I guess that's another thing you could be doing with the factory during that time. But you get the idea. It's like, I guess that's a much better way to explain it. But that's basically what I was getting at, is like, you have to have... There's like a number of decisions you could be making at any given time. And when you do one decision, your opportunity cost is not having the benefit of whatever the other decisions would have given you. And so you don't necessarily give a shit about every single decision, because a lot of decisions are bad. But like lifting off your factory and flying it into your base, your enemy's base. But there is such a thing as a decision that you could be doing that would be useful and wouldn't be just generically bad, like building vultures instead of a siege tank. And your opportunity cost of having a siege tank is not having 2 vultures. So that's one way to conceptualize it, I guess. Right. Well, exactly. You can extrapolate this out to any context, right? So we're talking about it in a game context, but the opportunity cost of me working on my map right now for Full Toilet is that I'm not working. I don't receive the benefit of working on Toddborn, Stormborn, Hydra, Inconsummate, Temple of Todd, Ichor's stuff, literally anything. And even the opportunity cost of me working on AI and base layouts right now is that for this particular map, I don't enjoy the benefits of working on the tile set more, or the AI for one of the other players, or the tech trees, or the script, or the triggers, or the mod in some other way, or just a planning of what the map is going to happen, what's going to happen in the map, and any of that stuff. So if you consider literally everything, you get paralysis by analysis because you're not actually like. You're not really... You're spending too much time in your own head thinking about stuff. You know what I mean? And so you don't really want that to ever happen. But... that's where you just... You basically agree to give yourself only a set number of decisions that you feel are valid. And you... A lot of the stuff happens subconsciously. Like, I wanted to work on AI today, and that was the reason for me working on AI. It wasn't that I thought it was necessarily the best thing that I could do. It's just that I was excited to work. When I woke up today, I was excited to work on AI for this map, and I said, okay, I'll work on AI for this map. And then before I really got into working on AI today, I saw a bunch of issues with the tile set, and I decided, well, I really don't want to have to deal with that later, so I'm going to do that right now, too. And so there's ways that you can be discombobulated or disorganized, which is sort of what I was today with this stream. But that's still, like, a fine reason, I think, in this particular case. I want to do this now, or I just don't want to have to deal with this later, or something like that. So... hopefully that explains something. Well, I like working on a tile set because it's obvious. The benefits are super obvious in this particular case. I probably wasn't articulating myself the same way that I did just now, where I think I crystallized it a lot better in this particular exchange, but I'm sure it came up as far as paralysis by analysis and all that stuff goes. Oh, I didn't do Coastal Cliff. Because it never existed. Like the stuff, the blends here that I was doing with the dirt. It'll be useful for when I'll just add that to my PSD at some point and mask it out then. We did a pretty good amount of work today though. I'm happy with that. Right, yeah. That's what I figured and hoped. Looking forward to that. This is what a fucking nested nightmare I have going on here. Okay, bye. You. Actually, I don't even know how to do this weight. I guess I'll have to multi-thread it. Dude, this is some psychotic shit, man. Oh. Actually. Wait, hold on. What is that? Well, I guess we already do that here anyway. I thought I was thinking I had to separate it so that it would still progress, but I don't. I do have to separate it out insofar as now I need a syntax for lift land. Oh yeah, I need locations. So Okay, I think I think we have it all. Of course, I'm not going to test it today, but I think the expansion stuff is taken care of. At least the weird shit. Epic. So many lines of code already. 400 for just a couple of expansions. Psychosis, my friend. All right, so we got somewhere anyway. Good night, Ultralisks. See you later. Now I'm definitely over time. An hour ago, I was like, oh yeah, I'll go in 15 minutes. So much for that. Okay. So I think on our next stream, should I end up working on this instead of Stormborn, which I'm not really sure how that's going to go yet, but we'll see. I'm going to spend some time, whenever I work on this again, I'm going to spend some time fleshing out the actual AI for this guy. It seems like I'll be finishing him first. After that, I will probably, or in addition to that, I'll probably continue working on the tile set where necessary. Probably importing, creating and importing the ramps that are going to be up here, both natural and man-made. The ramps that are going to go from high snow to higher snow. And I will resist the urge to do something about all the terrain blocks in the top half of the map, be they the water or the stuff over here, like the reverse ramp there. Because I'm still waiting on a reverse ramp from DF anyway, so I'll do that first. Probably take the reverse ramp that we already have, the man-made reverse ramp, and mask it out and turn it into a dirt-compatible tile. We'll see what else ends up happening. I'm I might decide to rework a little bit of this terrain over here in the Raider base. And I probably need to flesh this area out at some point on the far left. The high ground expansion behind Charlie's starting location. Otherwise, I gotta flesh this area out. Basically, this whole upper left-hand corner needs to be fleshed out. And base layouted. This base up here will be taken by the second Rockin. I think rather than worry about the second Rockin, after I finish the first, I'm going to pivot over to either one of the Zerg or the Frauds. So maybe I'll get started on them the next stream as well. But we'll see. And otherwise, I just got to continue doing little decoration bits here and there. So, there you go. What's up, Klooge? Natural reverse ramp won't soon be in my immediate pipeline. Well, as soon as you can get that done, the better. But obviously, it's one of those things that I don't actually need, per se. It's mostly for... What's the term? It's for aesthetics as opposed to function. So, whenever you do get to it, that'd be great. But I know you said something about the reverse ramps, or the natural ramps in general, being harder to do because you need a more detailed mesh. The other thing is, I'm not actually sure if you want to standardize this ramp, right? Maybe a snow one would be better. This is what I put together as far as my own work. So if you want to do something better, or you want to task me with attempting to make something better or different, then obviously that's fair game as well. Just let me know. Okay. Let me do that now. Cool. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I'm going to hop off for now, but otherwise I'll just continuously place structures like a madman. So... yeah, he's taking a screenshot of it, or using a screenshot or a still image of it, and turning it into a 3D mesh that he can then spin around. That's how he made the reverse man-made ice ramp, which came out pretty well. I can show that on stream before I go. It's this one, or a more unadulterated version would be right here, I guess. See if there's a screen. Yeah, so we can see it right here. This is the original down here, and this is the updated one over here. The reverse one. Basically, he didn't use the stupid Starcraft Remastered way, where you make fucking plasma cannons out of the ice ramps. I still don't understand how they managed to sell that off. That's so insane. He's using 3ds Max as his tool set, I believe. quickly hallucinate all of the starting units. I'll just fix those later. Yeah, there you go. Slightly more complicated than I made it sound. Yeah, if you look at the remastered ramp and you look at it from that angle, you will see some stuff that nobody should ever have to see. Destroyed. All right, I'm gone for real. I gotta get out of here or I'll keep tweaking the map. So, gonna take a break, punch chalks, and get out of here. So, thanks for hanging out. Catch you guys tomorrow for another one. Bye.